All right. What's going on, everybody? Blessed Eternal here. I am later than I wanted to be, but, well, that happens. Canada Post just showed up, so, I don't have to deal with that. So that's a positive. Plainly, my brain's a little scrambled today. Not gonna try, or rather, I'm going to try to not let that get the stream down. Gonna be mucking around with probably some painting, maybe some assembly, but first things first, I've got to deal with the package that's on the table. Managed to luck out through a Canadian retailer by the name of Tiny Snowman, I think it is. And I am going to get I guess it would be called their affiliate link and start shilling that, because, I don't shill shit for myself often enough. So yeah, before I do forget, there was one thing I wanted to pull up here. That was not it. Okay. I will have to check that later. I do not have the lavalier mic on me right here. It should be over on the table. So I'm not going to do any of the, mic testy thing here. So I'm hoping that it will work just fine. So let me swap over there. I still got to get, I have very little setup. So let's just go with what we got first and go from there. All right. It looks like the music is not too terribly loud. I know it's not loud at all for me. I'm hoping that is not going to start queuing up the mic. Unplug the phone. I can clear off a bunch of that stuff. Okay. I also have not done anything with my nails, so don't judge me. Yeah, Tiny Snowman. So, this has been a portion of some extreme saving over the last while, and was encouraged to essentially do something for myself for a change. And that takes a lot for me to do. So, let me move my coffee out of the way. Oh, I did not turn the light on yet. It'll be fine for the moment anyway. I can turn the light on here in a moment, because otherwise it's going to be a lot of glare here. So this is what Blood managed to pick up, because it's right here on the top of the box, so I figured it's just better off to do that. And she's probably going to end up giving me one of these. She doesn't think she needs a bunch of rhinos. Alright. And this is what I snagged. It's not specifically the one that I had wanted to grab, but it will go nicely with some of the other stuff that I do have. So it's not really a complaint by any means. And one thing that I have very little of are tanks. So having both the Basilisk and the Rogaldorn is kind of a big deal. The Rogaldorn is an impressive tank from everything that has been talked about on the battlefields and stuff like that. So there is a positive on that. And oops. So I will show Tiny Snowman a little bit more later, but that's when I actually have the link that I can provide to you guys as well. Tiny Snowman is a Canadian vendor. They will ship worldwide from what I understand, but they have some difficulty shipping to the United States, probably due to the current crap going on. So if you are in the United States, which I know most of my viewers are, then you might have a difficult time with some items being shipped that way. They offer fairly standard max discount that North America or North American vendors can offer, and that is 15%. They also have a loyalty program, which also seems to offer credit for purchases and stuff. So it's like I said, I will show them more later. I want to have an affiliate link thing that I could then offer to you guys. Because like I said, I don't show crap often enough. Which, on a related note, I have updated some of the stuff on Patreon for anybody who might be into that sort of thing. And it doesn't have a lot of Warhammer stuff on there. I had forgotten how much options, bonuses, stuff like that I had put on it. And I don't want to overload it with a freaking mile-long page of benefits, if that makes sense. Okay. So these boxes are not a standard Warhammer Warhammer 40k boxes. I noticed that right from go. This is more corrugated and less pressed cardboard. Oh. But, excuse me, similar to the Iron Halo box back Christmas time. Oh, that is a big beefy book. So similar to the Iron Halo box, you get all these individual instruction books, and I actually appreciate that. Not only is it a thing that if you were to then part out, like, let's say, for example, I didn't want the basilisk, I could collect all the parts that make the basilisk and stick it with the instruction booklet, and for all intents and purposes, it's exactly what you'd get out of a out of a box that you'd actually pick up off the shelf, like if you just bought the basilisk. So it's like, oh look, I want a basilisk. Oh look, I have buyer's remorse. Oh look, let me pawn it off. And it's like, you'd get the same stuff out of it. Okay, so I think that's the Cadian sprue. It was the Commissar, the small one that I had a moment ago. This is one of the heavy weapon sprues. This is part, or rather, this is the heavy weapon sprue. This is the second heavy weapon, specifically field ordnance, I believe. And I have one of these already, and I don't have it fully assembled because I was trying to figure out ways to magnetize it. I don't remember if I ever figured that out. So I'm going to be right back in that situation again. This looks like it's the standard... Looks like it's the standard vehicle upgrade sprue. So that's for the Basilisk. Oh, that's another... No, that would be the Cadian Command Squad. Because it's Cadian troops and Cadian Command, and that's right. Commissar, Field Ordnance... Yes. This looks like it would be part of the Rogel Dorn. Those are big, beefy tracks. And what I mean by that is this is one of their older kits. The Basilisk, the Hydra, the Chimera, all of those come on the old sets. And this is the track on that one versus the Rogel Dorn. I can't see what I'm showing. So it's like the tracks are literally twice as thick on the Rogel Dorn, or twice as wide. Yeah, look at that compared to your Rhino. Huh? Yeah, that would be broken down, obviously. Lots of transfers, no surprise. I haven't decided as to what I'm going to do when it comes to the Cadians, on whether or not I'm going to use the standard Cadian, let's say decals. But I do not like water slide transfers. If I were to use it, I would likely have to get one of those stamp things, like from Oh, crap. Like Green Goblin? Goblin something? I don't know. Part of me wants to work on the Rogel Dorn, because it is a big, beefy tank. And the issue is that would be me spending all day again just doing an assembly. And I'm not saying I won't. Like I said, my brain is kind of crap here today. No, that should go on top. So without actually, you know, hard inventorying... Is that something that just fell off? I don't think so. Without hard inventorying the sprue, everything seems like it should be here. I generally try to do a bit more of a detailed inventory. And I also have no idea if anything's damaged or anything like that yet either. I did notice from online stuff that somewhere along the way they actually took out the sprue out of the basilisk, and I assume out of the hydra and a few things like that. There used to be a sprue that came in all of these chimera clones, because it's like everything up to this spot is exactly the same as building a chimera. So you get up to here, and then the next page, presumably, yeah, the next page starts building everything else. So it's like the kit used to come with a sprue to turn it into a chimera. And what a lot of people would do, well, correction, what most people would do would be just build the tank that they bought, and, you know, they're done with it. What a lot of people would do would actually go through and meticulously magnetize the platform that had, in this case, the basilisk cannon, and they would magnetize the portion that would go on the top for the what's it called? For the chimera. And potentially, in the same way, magnetize a portion of, for example, a hellhound, and do that. Now, in the grand scheme of things, does it make sense? No. If you have the parts to build 3 basilisks, and you want to run 3 basilisks on the table, well, you just need the 3 basilisks. The counter argument would be you could buy a basilisk kit at that time, and if you wanted to not run the basilisk but ran chimeras, you'd have the chimera. There's probably still ways you could do that, but it doesn't come with the specific sprue anymore. Okay. So yeah, I gotta figure out what I'm going to be mucking around here with. I still haven't finished the... Actually, that's something I should probably work on. I hadn't finished the conversion idea, and I had a bit of an idea on what I could do to modify the Saturn IX Terminator to... Oh, shit. That's not going to work. So, I will explain my idea after I get all these parts and bring them over. And it's like, on the surface, great idea. Would work perfectly. Until math hit me in the face. All right. So, this... Oh, come on now. Focus. 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 Hey, Kinga. In case you don't have the audio on, hi. Okay, you can't quite tell. And that's pissing me off. I'm gonna need to frickin' clean this thing. But what I had thought is this is the weapon sprue of the Saturn IX Dreadnought, which I have two of, two for my Grey Knights. And there's a cannon here. I mean, there's a plasma cannon too, but there's a cannon here that I'm not going to make use of. So I was thinking, could I do something like that for the grenade launcher? And I might be able to. The problem is, I only have 4 barrels, including the other set, because these two go together to make a double-barreled gun. Which means at most, I could build 4 of them. Which means at most, I could build 4 of these guys. And that's not going to work for me. If I'm going to do something like that, I'm going to make sure that I could actually build the units that I have. And right now, if I'm not mistaken, I have 14 Saturn IXs, I think. And I was intending on making them all over into Ogren/Bulgren. Now, the other portion of this... where is that? Right here. The other portion of this is, that's the way this is supposed to be. And I want to magnetize it so that this is an Ogren, and 2 of these on there are Bulgren, so that it's a little more noticeable. And I don't know on how I could do that. Don't you frickin' dare. If I had thought about this, I wouldn't have glued the shield on. I would have dry fit everything underneath it. And I don't... No. Not without risking damage. I just noticed that here, on a lot of the other images and stuff, they often have like a cap that goes over them so that you have the option of having that core exposed. I wonder if there's another way I could do it where I just build it like this. I don't use these spine things. I don't know what I'd use these for though. And I'm gonna have a bunch of them left over from the Saturnine Dreadnought. If I were to put those together like that, could I make like a curved storm shield that won't look like ass? Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, so that's for the Ripper gun. So if I put those together like that, and then shave out this piece, these pieces here, like just shave it back one. And put that in through, with the arm still... Yeah, that's not gonna actually fit. I'd need to elongate the arm. Because I was thinking the shield pieces could work the same as like on the front of some of the heavy bolters and heavy flamers. Like that. And do something like that that's kind of over the top. Because it could then be argued that, oh look, you've got the grenade launcher, therefore you have the blast shield, which is what the Ogryn generally have. And I can't, in good conscience, attach that arm there and start final assembly with that, and magnetizing these at a certain angle until I know what I'm doing with that grenade launcher. Although technically, I might not have to magnetize a damn thing, because that seems to press fit pretty easy. The plasma gun kind of does as well. And once you get a layer of paint on that, then it's not going to fall apart very easily either. It's like people said the easiest way for this would just be to grind off all those coils. And I kind of don't want to, but that would work. And that's the crappy part. It would work. But if I don't use these, then some Dark Angels players might actually pay for them for their Terminators. The plasma cannon. Because Terminator, or Dark Angels Terminators, I don't know if normal ones do, but Dark Angel Terminators have the option of having plasma cannons, as well as the assault cannons or the whatever.
I'm actually surprised that this box is still in stock.
Okay.
This is the 2019 Christmas box.
Yes. The reason I'm surprised it's still in stock is because it has 2 transports.
Yeah. No, that's why I was surprised.
Because it's like, you buy 3 of these boxes if you could get them in stock, and you have all the rhinos that you could need. Hell, all the rhinos you could field. Yeah. Oh, on a related, the giveaway thing on that site, I had mentioned that to, I think it was Electo last night, maybe it was this morning, that if she hasn't already, to put in on that. And I noticed a thing, and I mentioned it to her. If you want to maximize your return with a little bit of potential whoops on it, your best bet is to request the Stompa Orcs box.
Oh.
It is going for twice retail value on auction sites and whatnot, and that was even before Orcs became the new popular flavor. Because it comes with a Stompa in it. A Stompa is borderline a knight. And it also comes with, I don't remember if it's the battle wagon or if it's just the old truck model, but it's not from my era of playing truck model. So it's like a bunch of boys, a vehicle, plus a Stompa. Like the Stompa alone, I think, is like $280 or something. But it's like, you could potentially get that, sell it for borderline MSRP, have it disappear out of your fucking pocket, and still be able to pick up whatever it is that you wanted anyway. Unless it was a borderline out-of-stock thing. Question mark? Well, everything that's out there in the frying pan, you also need to... Okay. Let me put these back, because I'm not going to need these. over the end flaps. I mean, the standard seals, yes. Okay. Okay. Some boxes don't, other ones do. Did you want to throw that up on the table here and... Question mark? Okay, translation. Translation. Obviously it's high. What does that mean? Okay, so that means you need to go back on it. That's a relatively easy fix, isn't it?
My fucking medical file from the States.
Okay. That shouldn't be too difficult for her to get in contact with somebody and do, seeing they're currently your new physicians, so... Yeah, that's what I commented with the platoon as well, is that it's not your standard pressed box. It is a corrugated box. What? Mm-hmm. I'm both surprised and not.
That there was not two of those?
Yeah. So, like had been commented on the other one, individual instruction packets. But it's like I just said to Blood, I'm kind of surprised and not that they didn't put 2 Rhino instruction booklets in. I never noticed that before.
Huh.
Like, I know it's down here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's different on this. That's a different book than normally goes with it. So the part that I'm referring to for stream... Yeah, all 3 of these. So, all 3 of these are multi-language. Which, again, fairly common. That's normal. I am familiar with that. Hell, even the Ministorum Priest is multi-language.
Where's the priest? Wow.
Technically, the Rhino isn't multi-language. Like, it is down here. But so are the other ones.
It's the stupid push-fit one.
It's also the priest that you're not a huge fan of. Because you wanted the one with the with the flaming chainsaw.
Redemption.
That wouldn't be too difficult for you to throw a sister's head on it if you just wanted to make a plump sister. Because while the head is attached, if you actually take a look here, it wouldn't be too difficult to snip that off and throw a sister's head on it.
So I think this is at least one of the punch on it.
That looks like it's probably one whole pint in it.
There's the other one.
Pentant / mortifier, but yeah.
Which leads me to question, it's like, do I want to put these 2 as mortifiers and those as... Oh no, those are different.
Yeah, those are your paragons.
Paragons, yeah. So it's like, what do I want to do at this point? Because I can make technically one of both.
Well, I think it depends as to how... Like, first off, WYSIWYG has largely gone away from what I've heard. And while I understand the why, it feels lazy. But really what it comes down to is about whether or not you want to build the Pentant or the Mortifiers. It depends as to how...
That's the retention.
Because it's like, if everything's the same right up to when you put the housing on, that goes in there.
Do you want to show the...
No, hold on.
The rhino kind of tracks?
Okay, so you have a real easy job, assuming that their equipment is basically the same. Everything up to this portion here looks to be exactly... You can look at it on the TV. Everything up to this portion here looks to be exactly the same build. You then have the interchangeable weapons. But you have this, which slots in. So you could put a magnet on the back of the pendant portion and a magnet on the back of the mortifier engine piece and literally just install who you want to install for that day. I will say that depending on which weapons you end up using, if you go with the flails and not these, I want the saws. Because I was just looking at it and it's like...
I was going to go with the flails anyways.
Okay. But the saws would, with just a little bit of a trim of this embellishment right here on screen, it's just this little curly, like, wrought iron piece. Removing that should make that borderline a standard and imperial piece. And the, what's it? Bullgren. If I were to use this for the Ripper gun portion. Like, I don't know if I would, but there's also an argument of using that instead of the standard chainsaw for the, Sentinel or something.
What the fuck does that icon mean?
What? Let's see.
They're all spaghetti on these.
Gotcha. Would you like information on similar weapons that do exist in the Sisters of Battle arsenal?
I'm specifically asking for the flail or mace, whichever it's called, that is on the mortifier engine.
I couldn't find specific information about the strength profile of the flail or mace weapon on the mortifier engine for the Sisters of Battle. The weapon you're asking about might be the penitent flail used on mortifier vehicles, but I don't have the exact strength profile for that weapon either.
Do you have the weapon loadout profile for that weapon?
I don't have the specific weapon loadout profile for the penitent flail on mortifier vehicles. The mortifiers typically carry twin heavy bolters and twin penitent flails, but I don't have the exact stats for those weapons.
Alright, thank you. You have in the past.
You're welcome.
Sustained hits 1, twin length. Strength 5.
Is there any keyword on there, like,
The only keywords on it is sustained hits, ones, and friendly.
Okay. So what it might be on that profile thingy that you saw was back in 9th when this would have been released. It might have been like something equivalent to a blast.
The twin pentatent buzzblade stuff.
Uh-huh.
Strength 10. Attack 4.
Okay. It's like I said, if you're not going to use the blades, but I mean obviously if you're going to use the blades,
I don't like that.
why not?
I don't know, I just don't like them.
I mean, the benefit to it is if you are coming to acceptance on the fact that you are probably going to require Arcos at some point, then having your engines equipped with the flails would unify the army a bit. You probably want to tuck the transfers into one of your books.
I like how neatly these.
Yeah. I like how neatly they stack together. Puts them back in the box, completely janked so that they won't actually stack.
I didn't do that. What are you talking about? That's
These
how
are.
it was.
There's probably a better way to stack it.
No, forget it's mine.
Sounds about right.
Who even gets those? That doesn't have one.
Those two bases, probably the mortifiers.
I'm gonna storm's on a 32. Contentious superior is on a 32. 250.
I have no idea. Because I can't easily magnetize these shoulders. Now that I already have that assembled. And from an Imperial Guard standpoint, it probably looks more Imperial Guard like this, without the big shoulder things on it anyway. No, if I were going to stick those together at all, it'd be better to go this way. See, the idea of making that into the front of the gun really...
Interesting.
What?
From today until the 22nd, the Romanian Navy's sail training ship, Mercia, is giving public tours for free down on the waterfront.
That's the sailing school, right? Yeah. I noticed the other day that there was a post that they had come in.
Yeah, evidently from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. today, tomorrow on the 22nd, and 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. on the 21st, they're doing free tours of the ship.
would the shield go sideways? That's the ship?
That's the ship. As seen from over that way.
Downtown.
The opposite downtown. Yes.
What?
From King's Wharf.
Oh, Dartmouth. Dang it. Dang it. Get back here. Okay, so that could kind of work. I'm trying to figure out a method to make a shield. I think, honestly, as much as I hate to do it, shaving off those coils is probably going to be the best bet.
The storm clouds are circling above us as we struggle against the tide. I feel your grip firm on my shoulder, but this fear in my head won't subside. They patiently circle around us as we hold out. Oh Father, why have they forsaken me? You warned me that they would. The curse is passing down the bloodline. Unspoken and misunderstood. We're losing light and strength of will. The darkened depths beckoning still, and we hold on against the tide. The storm left to fight alone. Remember, son, you're reaping what you've sown. Under the waves and sinking like a stone. I'm sorry, son, you're reaping what you've sown. Beneath the storm left to fight alone. Remember, son, you're reaping what you've sown. Under the waves and sinking like a stone. I'm sorry, son, you're reaping what you've sown. You're reaping what you've sown. You're reaping what you've sown. This sorrow weighs down on my shoulders. This fear's getting harder to hide. You'll leave me alone in this darkness, left to hold out against the tide.
I'm back for the moment anyway. Unintended. Be right back. Looking to see if there were any parts that could potentially work. I don't even know what the heck these things are. For the problem on the Saturnine. That's the weapon sprue again. Let's look at the Praetor by chance. I'm guessing these, you choose the hammerhead. I don't know, I haven't looked at the instructions on it. Oh, this, no, that'd be the back of these. No, maybe not, maybe that's the front. Would I need to put the iron halo on this thing? Not that it will help me with my current issue. There's no gun. Looks like it's a shoulder mount or something. Yeah, I'm not finding much in the way of inspiration on that. And the online posts that I had made, asking people as to what they thought, Didn't really get much in the way of inspiration from that either. So like I said, the closest thing to any kind of input I got was people suggesting to shave down the plasma coils. But this is after I had made the post saying I'd really prefer to not shave the plasma coils. And I'd rather not sit here for the next hour and 45 minutes staring at the same piece. No, other way around. And I would consider mindlessly building the Rogel Dorn to try and take my mind off of crap. But I got nowhere where I could store a tank right now. And then that's just going to be one more thing cluttering up the place. I don't think I have even any random bits that could work for that model, because I had gotten rid of most of my bits. And any of the ones that I didn't get rid of are currently stashed somewhere. These are the only ones I have handy, but some of these are for other kits. So stuff that I'm still in the process of working on in some way. So this is the way that, let me find one that's there. This is the way that grenade launchers normally look for the Imperium. So the idea of just rubbing down the plasma coils isn't bad exactly. Well, those are granite bits. I was like, what the heck are these? Hey, Kuros. How's it going today? Oh, that's good to hear. Glad to hear it. Come here. Alright, I had a couple of those heads. I can at least try that. Start nice. I have honestly been trying to figure out a good way to modify termagants into gargoyles. I remember a long time ago, we're talking like about 4th edition, somebody who used to go to the gaming store. Yeah, that helmet won't work. Used to go to the gaming store. They had their nids all converted with like a dragonfly wing. And I mean, it worked, don't get me wrong, but I don't know exactly how well, you know? Give me that. So, I have an idea for an Elysian drop troop that I had designed myself a Elysian thruster pack. Are these... Oh! Just drop them. I designed this myself. That's upside down. I'm pretty sure that went this way. But it went back, not forward, like I was just about ready to be a dumbass about. Let me get the super glue. Oh, here's the prototype for it. Not sure if that could be seen very well. I mean, kinda. Let's try and really make it focus. There we go. So that's the prototype for it. And then these pieces go on the side looks like it's potentially a Sisters of Battle head. So I'm currently digging through some assembled or partially assembled models, trying to find some of my bits, because the one idea after all week, the one idea, oh, there it is. I was commenting earlier that I had a heavy or field artillery that I was trying to figure out a way to magnetize. I don't know what that guy's from. But no. I had a post online looking for, give me that, looking for insight or ideas from the 40K community on how best to modify. I guess that could work, but it does have the helmet. One of those sisters' heads would probably work better. Modify a plasma cannon. Ow. Son of a bitch. Modify a plasma cannon into a grenade launcher. Visibly. Oh, is that? Oh, that was the model that I was working on to try and set up a different Elysian drop troop. I have some Tau bits left over from when I played Tau. But let me try to make that focus. Focus. It's not wanting to focus. I hate this camera sometimes. But I'm wondering now on if I have enough bits that I could actually, because I'd need what, up to 60, I think. Technically, I could probably get away with 30 if I made it so that they could lose the packs. Because there's, quote, a difference between Scions and... Oh, wait, I trimmed the back piece of that, didn't I? Oh, no, that might actually be from a different piece. I was thinking was that. Oh, shit. Oh, I hear that. I know full well I do not have enough torsos for that. At least not here. I wonder if the Tau kit has actually changed since, I mean, I guess the launch Tau Fire Warriors would be the argument that I'd put forward here. Okay, you guys are all sticking together fine right now until I get this last little bit put on, and then you'll fall apart as per normal. See, if the... I got a bunch of these. If the Fire Warrior kit doesn't, or rather hasn't changed, oh, that's supposed to be up there, since way back when, I could continue with the idea of using Fire Warriors. If they have, then a lot of the replacement boots that I have, because I had a bunch of Cadian feet, so combat boots that I had been modifying to go onto the Tau legs. And that's what it was. I was trying to have it focus, because the Tau legs plus the Cadian feet work out fairly well, as I still have to get the super glue, work out fairly well for armored, like carapace armor, which I think is technically the armor that Scions use. Because see, way back in the day, it used to be Elysian drop troops or stormtroopers, and now they are Aquilons and Scions. Oh crap, no, that's facing the wrong way. I'm an idiot. Again. Oh, come on now. For the gargoyles? How bad is it? I haven't actually seen the... I guess Tyranids had the refresh back... what, 2019 or so? I haven't seen the sprue for that one. I suppose I could look it up. Let's take a quick look while I wait for the super glue to settle. Takes my mind off of crap too. I think it's this. Let me shrink that down so I could actually see what's going on. And this would be... no, that one. $40K. Because I'm actually kind of curious now. Tyranids. Oh, it'd probably be better for me to go down here for the more gallery. I mean, I think I understand. What's the issue that you're having with Akuros? Personally, I'd have a design issue with it. Because my brain says that the front shoulders... oh no, that is the way that this is designed. No, it's not. What the heck? Okay, in some of them it is, but in some of them it isn't. Oh wait, no, I'm just it does. Wait, what? Okay, that's not so bad. So, for example, these would be both marked A. These would be both marked B. But all the guns would simply... I mean, I guess you would technically have to mark them A, B, B, C, C. The heads wouldn't matter. So it's A through F, I would assume. 2 sets of A and B on one sprue. So that'd be this sprue. Because what I'm interpreting, and I don't know on how long you played the game and whatnot. I don't remember if you were around for the early years of the anchor points. Hey, Rotten. Welcome to the stream. I can understand that then. One wrong bit of pressure and it basically snaps. I think it was the Tyranid Hive Tyrant. I had just the tip of one of the wing parts snapped. So wait, are there 3? Okay, no, there are 3 sprues, okay. But yeah, it was just the tip of the wing snapped, and I had to glue that on. I mean, it's been glued. It's still on sprue. I haven't built a lot of my Tyranids yet. Well, correction. I haven't built all of my Tyranids. Because there gets to be a point when you're building Tyranids that you go, okay, I've just assembled over 80 models. And I haven't put paint to any of them. Oh god, I'm going to hate my life. Hedonites. So, where it's the old kit, I'm assuming probably spears. I know from Battle for Skull Pass with the goblins, spears are notoriously easy for running risk of breaking at the drop of the hat. Of course, on the same note, goblin spears like to take their pound of flesh, literally, before they break, and that's worse. But no, what I was saying is, like, I think I kind of understand it, because if you simply pair the wings, you know which wings go together. The body does not go to a specific set of wings. They're kind of universal wings. At least this is what I would be understanding. I have no experience with this gargoyle kit. But the body would presumably go... Actually, no, it wouldn't. Because the arms should, in theory, simply pair off with an opposing arm. The body and the head should be pretty much standalone. The wings, you'd simply have to pair them together. Oh, that is dumb. Oh yeah, bows were bad as well. Not gonna lie, I saw the Demonettes Battle Force, I guess it would be, or no, maybe it was just a Spearhead. I saw that one recently, and it's like, that is damn tempting. I don't play AOS. I kind of want to get into AOS, but I have some leftover Demonettes right now. I have a Soul Engine from way back in the day. I have one of the old Metal Demon Princes with wings for 40k. Where the wings were the old plastic dragon wings. Like, I have some demons stuff. So it's like, I could, minus the Demon Prince, of course, run a demon's army pretty easily. At least if I picked up, like, the Spearhead, for example. And I have the... Actually, I don't think I've shown it on stream in a little while. If you guys are near a Games Workshop store yourselves, back in October, they did an event called Beast Feast, I think it was. And it was basically like an AOS mega battle of... Yeah, the expensive minis would be the Seekers and the Fiends, right? Like, I know they aren't... They've never been cheap. Demonettes are generally okay, and it's not that you care, because you obviously need a number of them. That... I guess you'd call it the Command Squad. I forget exactly what they are in AOS, but you'd be able to use them as the mask, for example, for 40k, relatively easy, and a few heralds. And the trio, whatever the hell they are. Anyway, for Beast Feast, I dug out an old model that I had not put together yet, and finally gave it some loving. Let me minimize that and put that away. I finally did her, or him, depending on your perspective. I still need to go back and redo the sword. I'm not happy with the sword. The sword is almost like a midnight metal. And I don't like how plain it is. I probably would have been better to try and do it in gold. But custom printed base. I had to disguise portions of it because some portions of it was not quite safe for work. But if you've never dealt with this model in Forge World, everything from here up are separate pieces. Every single spike are separate pieces on both the gauntlet and the leg. And every single tendril of hair came straight, and you had to heat it in hot water and bend it. But that's the old original Forge World Keeper of Secrets. And that one used to tower over everything on the battlefield. There we go. I need to get an acrylic. Thank you. I need to get an acrylic case to put it in, because I want to keep the dust off of that. And it's like, I don't consider myself a great painter, but color palettes, color swatches and stuff, that's something I feel that I can do fairly well. I had actually wanted to do not your standard black leather. I was going to do like a very light gray, I think. Almost like a satin touched look to it. So it'd be more like a satin legging, satin glove, and silk or satin loincloth. And I had tried, I think, 2 or 3 times to get the look of it working, and it just would not work right. So I flipped it over to the teal, and I ended up using the same teal then on my Death Watch, because I found that it works very well as a accent color. And in the case of Death Watch, I'm dealing with blacks and silvers. Actually, I could show that real quick while I'm waiting for that super glue. Yeah, kind of like that. Like that was what I was wanting to do, and I just couldn't get it working. The gloss, or the varnish that I have put on her isn't as advertised either. That's supposed to be a matte varnish, and it's very much a gloss. But this is the Death Watch coloring. There we go. And all the Death Watch are black shields. But additionally, with Forge World, I managed to luck out way back in the day. So for the event... Oh, get up here. Oh, you just don't want to open now at all? Fine. Fine. What the heck? I put a base on that piece so that it would stop wobbling in the tank. And I guess it worked a little too well. But I managed to luck out a while ago, so for the recent 40k mega battle, I used an old Land Raider Helios piece and set up a whirlwind. Yeah, this wasn't GW, this was a spray-on. It came in its own spray bottle. Kind of like a non-aerosol hairspray. And I'm fine with that, like it worked well enough. But the finish was not quite what was advertised, so it's a little off in that regards. What I miss is GW's old Ardcoat. Because I remember way back in like 4th and 5th edition, and this is not much of a joke. You used to be basically the recipe that you used to do for Stellar Minis was you would take 1 coat of Purity Seal, which is their common spray-on varnish, and wasn't Purity Seal first. It was 2 coats of Ardcoat, followed by 1 coat of Purity Seal. And the 2 coats of Ardcoat had a gloss to it, and you'd hit it twice for good reason. If you hit your models twice with Ardcoat and then once with Purity Seal, there have been multiple people that praised that formula so much, or that method so much, that they were at a tournament of some kind. And this person used the 2 coats of Ardcoat, 1 coat of Purity Seal, and they had a bit of a temper, got peeved at one of their models underperforming, chucked the model at a wall. It actually embedded into the wall, no damage to the paint, no damage to the assembly. This was a plastic model, and held all in one piece, no damage. Obviously, they weren't at the tournament for very much longer at that point, but the model was fine. So it was basically joked. It's like you could, knock these off your table and not have to worry about them. I don't think you would have been able to do that with any of the metal models back then, but I don't know what I think about it. It's like I designed it, I built it. Yeah, survived like the old Nokia. So I have this as an idea to do my own Tempesta Scions or Aquilons, and it's like it's a Grey Knight backpack, and the posts are the... No, wait. I was going to make it out of the antenna bits from the Grey Knight backpack. I don't remember what I used for that now. The teleport pack for the Grey Knights. And these pieces that I'm using as the thrusters, I don't know if they're viewable well. I can't quite tell. It doesn't look like it's focusing well when I'm trying to show it this time. But it is the one of the targeting things for the old Crisis suits, but it's lightly modified And it's like, I modeled that myself, so GW can't get pissed off. Minus the fact that technically it is their sculpt on the backpack and whatnot. But it's like, this is a custom sculpt. Just ever so slightly. But it also fits with the same... Where's the piece? Ah, there it is. I think it is actually from one of the Grey Knight backpack pieces. But this is the prototype. And it's like this back fin is slightly different. And it's like, I think it should work. The more and more I'm looking at it, the more and more it's growing on me. And it's like, I would actually prefer to get my hands on the old Elysian Drop Troop backpacks. Oh, where did... That goes over here, I think. But no, I started to dig through the bits here because last week I had started to assemble a Saturnine Terminator with the intent on making this into like an exosuit as replacement for the Ogrins. So it'd be a Cadian in the exosuit. Wouldn't be too difficult to do. And I figured this should be easy enough to transform into a Ripper gun. At most, change the nozzle a little bit so that it's more like an auto gun, and then throw a blade on it like you would see for example, a Chaos autocannon. Would work just fine for a Ripper gun at that point, because a Ripper gun's also melee. The problem that I was having last week, and I made a post on a few forums about it, and got no real satisfaction, is whether or not I can convert... Come on, work with me here. Yeah, you're not going to work with me. That's the plasma cannon from the Saturnine Terminators. And the closest thing to any help that anybody is given is sand off all of the plasma coil. And I'm not exactly opposed to it, but I had kind of wanted to keep the plasma coil. Oh, sorry. As the grenade launcher. Because my original plan, until I kind of screwed it up on myself, was build them... Come on. Build them with the shoulder pads, both sides. And build them like that for Bolgrin. But Ogryn would not have the shoulder pads. Hence, Ogryn do not have the shields, the shield generators, but Bolgrin do. So that's where I was kind of going with it. And I figured the... I do have it here. I wasn't sure if I had it handy. Oh, frickin', let me... I haven't test fit it yet, but... Come on, focus. Yeah, you're not going to focus either. Oh, there we go. So the hats with, or the heads with the hats, I figure can probably go into the exosuits relatively easy. The ones with the helmets are going to be a little bit harder to do. I wouldn't want to buy like 18 of these, well, 14 actually. I wouldn't want to buy like 14 of these kits right now, but there is a single head right there that just looking at the image on the head might actually work. It looks like it's a Kasserkin without the helmet. The alternative to that is that I have a few Sisters of Battle heads, some with hoods, some with just a rebreather gas mask thing, like you would use for the Sisters of Battle with flamers. And it's like, they would probably work, because Sisters of Battle heads are not far off of the scale for Imperial Guard, and it's the non-helmeted ones, so that would probably work. But it's like, frickin' 30k, man. Come on. Focus for me. Come on. No? Fine, I'll pull you up online. I know I can get it online here. Okay, it is displaying. 30k is insane on the detail, and I am so freaking jealous as a 40k player. And you can't see it. View full gallery. You cannot freaking see it. That's even more annoying. Let me see if I could force it to focus. Come on. Work for me here. There we go. You see inside that spot where the head goes? You see all that detail? It's like it's a fully frickin' cushioned area in there. And a little plug that would go into the back of the Space Marine helmet. And it's like we're literally talking just inside this little spot here. Not the model itself. And it's like people have commented, and they're not wrong. These models have like 40 freaking pieces to assemble one Saturnine Terminator. Come on, focus for me now. We're down here now. Leagues of Votan have something similar to that. I could believe that. But it's like, oh, come on. Why are you not... You are set to autofocus. That's it. I'm doing it. You guys are going to get a face wash. You working now? Let's try this again real quick. No, alright, whatever. I managed to show it, that's all that matters. The Saturnine Dreadnought, or Dreadnought, rather, is similar to that. Again, you know, here, let me praise freaking 30k. But I have the Saturnine because I'm going to be making the Dreadnought into a Dread Knight for Grey Knights. But right here is a good example of it. Like, these are 4 different pieces. That one's a little wobbly. You got the main foot. You've got the ankle up underneath it. Then that goes on to the front and back pieces here. Like, okay, that's fairly standard for dreadnoughts. Not the foot specifically, but this is also for excluding the fact that this housing here and the foot are separate pieces. Let's not get carried away here. Now, here is what I want to point out. This piston detail right here is a separate piece that you glue in down here. It goes up there. You choose the angle that you want the knee to be at, and then that is either like way the hell up, all the way up to like here on the inside, or, you know, if your thing was straightened a little bit more, then more would be exposed back here. And it's like similar to Forge World, these little nubby bits right here, I don't know if you can kind of catch the focus on it. Those are separate pieces you have to glue on. And it's like, why can't we have details like this in 40K, you know? But no, the only thing I'm missing right now for the first Grey Knight, or Dread Knight, are the arms. I still have to do a little bit of touch-up up here to make that work. I have an iron halo piece from the Forge World kit, or not the Forge World kit, the resin aftermarket kit that I used on my first Dread Knight, which is why I needed to do a Saturnine Dread Knight, because GW kind of went, yeah, no. A little bit irritated about that. Because during the Thanksgiving, the November Mega Battle, I went in a couple of weeks early, and it's like, look, I know your guys' policy on printed parts and stuff. I sourced this aftermarket kit. I want to build a Dread Knight that isn't a baby carrier. Is this too much resin? And one of the staffers like, no, that should be fine. Show up the day of the Mega Battle, and the manager was like, dude, I'll allow it for today, but you can't use that in the store. I'm like, I got approval from the staff that this would be okay. Gundam, yeah. Gundam also have a lot of hidden detail, especially when you're going up to master grade. Like, the 1-144s are okay. The 1-100s, pretty decent. I think it's the 1-100 master grade or better. So it's like 1-100, or if you can find them, the 1-60 master grade or even perfect grade or better of the Gundam models. They are absolutely insane on the detail. I have a 1-100 shit, I'm trying to remember the full name, and it's spacing on me. It's the Death Scythe Hell custom, anyway. The Gundam wings were fiddly? I knew a guy in high school, so this was when Gundam Wing was in its prime, who had I think it was a 1-60, I almost said Epion. It's like, no, it's not Epion. It was the Gundam Wing Zero? Crap. Oh, this is bugging me now that I've lost this knowledge, not lost this information. It's the one that had the feathered wings. It was the custom version that was only in Gundam Wing Endless Waltz. And he had the lighting kit for it. He hadn't started building it, but he had the full kit with the lighting kit and everything. It's like, damn, man. The closest thing I could ever find the money for was the 1/100s. But that's because I was a kid back then. And then I grew up, and now I don't have money for anything either. I need to paint. But a part of me is going, you know what? A part of me is going, build the Dorn. And it's like, I don't have any tanks for the Imperial Guard. I haven't really started the Imperial Guard. I have a handful of models, and that's about it. I just noticed that the field artillery, whatever the heck they're called, have the little extendable feet. Oh, not a problem. I was just commenting that I knew a guy back when I was in high school who had the Gundam Wing, I want to say Wing Zero Custom. It was the one that had the feathered wings that was only in Endless Waltz. Heroes. Gundam. And it's like, he had that one in the 1/60, I think it was Master Grade, and had the lighting kit for it. And it's like, that is some serious freaking... Where'd my mouse go? There it is. Let me turn the mouse off before it wanders away again. So I'm debating, because I need to paint. And I need to finish my Death Watch. But plainly, I've had a shit 24 hours. I'm not foreseeing it getting better. And I'm trying to not let it affect the stream any. It's been a long time since I built. Honestly, I'm not sure on if they were plastic or rubber on his kit. He hadn't assembled it. It's just that he had the kit. He hadn't finished with it. Yeah, it was from Endless Waltz. Like I said, it was the Endless Waltz Master Grade. Literally haven't spoken to him in decades, so it's like, I wonder if he ever actually got around to assembling it. Much like the Forge World Keeper of Secrets, it's like, you get something like that, and then you're like, okay. Now I'm intimidated. I need to do this properly. I need to do this justice. What do I do? I'm confused on some of these bits as to why they weren't just built as molded pieces. Like, these, for example. That feels like it's something that could have been molded onto the outside portion of the track and simply made sure that you slotted it together, not something you had to glue on after the fact. Which for Mercury is actually pretty good, yeah. What was it? Watched that one. Iron-Blooded Orphans, which wasn't terrible. It had some really good moments in it. Unicorn. Blood, who has been on stream here a little bit, working on models like last week and whatnot. She was first introduced into Gundam with Gundam Seed and Gundam Seed Destiny. But I've tried to get her into Gundam Wing, and she's argued that the age of it feels too old, so she's having a hard time getting into it. But the new remaster should fix that. Okay. The real kit in the last decade that has peeved me off on this could have been an email level. Why are these separate pieces? Is this thing. As somebody who's played primarily Deathwatch through the end of 10th, into 11th, and I have always wanted to do Imperial Guard, I just hadn't. This thing has made me very much go, let me take a look at and drool over the Valkyrie model. This is the Corvus Blackstar. These panels glue flat to the plastic. We're not even talking that there's a hole behind it. It would be the same as this in a small scale, glued right here. It's like this literally could have been molded on to the body and not been separate pieces. The feet don't have the option for the landing struts down, from what I recall from the kit. And you had to glue these pieces in anyway. These rotate, which is fine. These rotate, which is fine. This back panel, completely just glue it onto the open hole. So anybody who has a kit for the Corvus Blackstar that's actually had internals, they have done borderline Golden Demon level conversion to the kit. On top of that, I have the blast shield down. The orbital blast shield. Why? Because the other option is a solid piece of normal GW plastic that looks like windows that you just slap on, and you have to paint fake glass onto it. The Valkyrie has a full cockpit. All the Orc planes have full cockpits. It's like, tell me again on how much that you want Deathwatch players to go away when this is the slop that is supposed to be their primary freaking vehicle. And what's worst? Well, what's worse about it is the fact that Deathwatch are Space Marines. Space Marines gets all the love. Well, evidently there wasn't enough Ultramarine logos on it for them to give a damn. flat on flat. Yeah, give it a reason for it to be two different pieces. Like, the Corvus Blackstar literally could have been... Shit. 30 pieces less than what it actually is. And the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie is a gorgeous kit that came out like, what, 15, almost 20 years ago now? I think the Valkyrie kit is older than the Grey Knight kits. And the Grey Knight kits haven't been updated since 4th edition? Maybe 5th? And it's like, in the argument of flat on flat, argument here is it looks like there's slots for this to slide into. Different argument. Different argument altogether. It's like, I'm trying to get the vibe as to whether or not this is something I want to mess with. I think what okay. The Armageddon box is technically Blood Angels. We all know it. Blood Angels are the primary protagonist, and I use that term loosely because it's a 40k universe. Nobody's a good guy. But come here. This is plainly Blood Angels. If anybody needs the argument on it, here, let me put it actually camera center.
Negative. Your overseer is
Right here. That is Blood Angels. We all know it. So,
I do not recommend keeping them on
GW, oh, sorry, Warhammer, because you want to, for some reason, after all this time, lose Games Workshop out of your thing and go straight to Warhammer. Exactly, ring light, just to point it out even more emphasis here. It's like, this is a scream. It's a throwback back to, I think it was the 2nd edition launch box. We all know it. Even they did kind of an homage to it. The GW staff, I'm not even joking, the Games Workshop staff, because I'm in an area where the stores are still labeled Games Workshop. It is one of the last Games Workshop stores, to my understanding, in the world. Anyway, moving on. The GW staff were told by head office that they wanted them the demo Armageddon box painted blue, done ultramarines, despite the fact that the box has everything red, because they don't want new players who may have potentially played a demo game in 10th to feel confused that the models are now red. No. Let's get it right. You want them painted blue so that you can hopefully get more Ultramarine fanboys licking the boot, suckling the teat of every single new Roboute Guilliman and Marnius Calgar model that gets released 3 times in an edition. That's what you want. And I don't get it, because you literally slap something in power armor and you're going to sell it. It is going to sell out. The fact that the Armageddon box is not sold out, with how many Orc players that are there right now, and how much Space Marines are there, and the fact that the entire box is worth something like, I think retail is like over $1,000 Canadian. I still have some of the from late 2nd edition, the Citadel paint pots, and they are still paint. I have some of the, what was it, late 3rd edition with the screw-on caps. Those are maracas. There is nothing liquid in any of them, and if it is, you don't want to know what that liquid is. And that's assuming I could even get the damn things opened. It's like, if you were going to go off of something that is Games Workshop, to try, like, the argument is they want to be separated from the fact that a lot of people were going into their stores going, hey, do you sell computer games? Do you sell PlayStation games? Do you sell Xbox games? Do you sell, you know, that kind of thing. They want to get away from people going in and going, hey, do you sell these games? Okay, I can understand that. Hey, people in the corporate boardrooms making these decisions, I got an important question for you. Why not sell Dawn of War, Space Marine 2, and so on in your damn stores? That way, when people come in going, hey, do you sell computer games? Yep, right here. Oh, are these the only ones you have? It's like, yes. These are the ones that we publish. We develop. Oh, well, I was looking for Grand Theft Auto. It's like, unfortunately, you're going to have to look for Rockstar. It's like, we sell Games Workshop products, i.e. models, i.e. the pen and paper RPG that supposedly exists that none other stores carry. Like, if you are a friendly local game store, you can carry this stuff. Why the hell are they not shilling this? And it's like, I went into the local store trying to get permission from the manager to run a Gorka Morka League. Gorka Morka is an official Games Workshop product. I was told no. I'm like, okay. I'm not butthurt that I was told no. But why? If people were playing Gorka Morka, your sales on orcs are automatically going to go up. The sales on literally every form of tracked vehicle is going to go up. And the only thing that you're not going to be getting sales on are the rules. Because it's basically all been made available online at this point, whether it's through official channels or not. And in my mind, it goes, okay, the manager could have looked at me and go, okay, if you can track down a copy of Gorka Morka's rulebooks, physical copy, legit copy, that you'd be willing to leave at the store so that while people are playing in this league, they have the source material, the official source material to look up things in, then we can talk about this. It's like, if he had said that, it's like, cool. That means I have to track down the rulebooks. I'm okay with that. But it confuses me, and it still confuses me, because it's like, this would increase sales. And yeah, like you just said, they did a pen and paper RPG. But you don't hear anybody talking about it. You don't see any of it in store. And from what I remember, they have one for Rogue Trader, and they have a Death Watch one. It's like, I'm confused as to why they don't shill more of their own stuff. Speaking of confused, in order for me to build this, I would need to look up the rules on the Rogel Dorn and see if the sponsons are required. Odds are good you're always going to equip the sponsons anyway. But it's like, I would want to magnetize what I assume is an assault cannon and presumably a demolisher cannon. No idea what that is, but I'd want to magnetize that and the 2 battle cannons. That's assuming I can. Because that, I'm fairly certain, is either actually, it wouldn't be a heavy stubber. Those would be heavy stubbers. So that would be an autocannon, or an autogun. Heavy bolter, multi-melta. Twin multi-meltas on the front. So the heavy stubbers and the multi-meltas would have to be magnetized. The sponsons would have to be magnetized. And I actually have an idea for the Rogel Dorn. If I could find somewhere on it to actually equip it, is I have some of the old Adpocalypse sprues. And surprisingly enough to me, I tried to sell them online, like on Miniswap. Pieced out, you know, hey, you are a Space Marine player, here's the Space Marine Adpocalypse command upgrade. And it's like, if I could find somewhere to put it on the Rogel Dorn, because the Rogel Dorn would work as a command vehicle. I don't remember if you have the option of having a Lehman Russ character / command vehicle or not right now. But I know the Rogel Dorn has largely filled that hole.
They are not prepared for the empire that is coming.
Yeah. The Rogel Dorn, like, honestly... What is that? What are you? Oh, the Commissar's instructions tried to get away. Like, this is a great box. It's not the one I wanted, but it's a great box, and I got this one because of the Rogel Dorn. I don't have basically any tanks. But I also do not like the Krieg. Like, I like the idea of them. It's not my idea of Imperial Guard. And the unfortunate thing is, and obviously this is doomsaying, I know it, but I heard some comments recently about the fact that Cadians are becoming a rare breed in the 40k universe after what happened to Cadia. Don't get me started on that. I fought in the first frickin' 13th Black Crusade. I fought to protect Cadia, and this is what they do to me when I get back from the frickin' game, or from my hiatus. But it's like, no. Cadia's gone. That's fine. And people are commenting on how Cadians are going to be harder and harder to find. I.e. harder and harder to field, which, in my brain, it goes, so what? They're going to eventually make them go to Legends? It's not like they don't have other ways to field them, right? Like, you got the Mordians, you got the Vestroians, you've got the Krieg. Like, these are 3 just straight out of the gate that would fill the void of if you suddenly said, yeah, there are no more Cadians, deal with it. You have the Australians, the Mordians, and the Krieg, and if you need a different variant of Krieg, you've got the Steel Legion, which they recently teased. This is not even including the fact that Catachans haven't gotten an upgrade since frickin' 3rd edition or something. So they obviously need to work on that. My biggest thing recently was whether or not to pick up the platoon or whether or not to pick up a Baneblade. And it's like, we've gotten the info obviously recently that the Baneblade is not actually going away. You know, I'll just leave that here. The Baneblade's not actually going away. They're basically repackaging and re-releasing it. That's fine. But anybody who knows anything about the hobby knows that what they're probably doing is separating the Baneblade and I think it was the Shadow Sword into 2 separate boxes rather than having it in the same box now, like the way that it was. And I don't understand that because, okay, in the case of a tank, you're talking, you'd get 2 tanks for 1 because you just turret swap it. Fine. I'd actually argue the reverse. You take the Grey Knights box, for example. The Grey Knights Strike Squad is the Purifiers. One starts with an I that I always forget. There's basically 4 different squads that the Strike Squad box makes, and there's 2 different squads that the Terminator Squad makes. And people are like, oh, well, they should just separate those out. It's like, it's the same kit. There's slight differences, but it's the same kit. So what I say is no, in the case of the kits, make it so that all of those parts are in the one box. You have less boxes on your shelf physically. You can carry more stock. And you take the Baneblade, for example. Most people, if they want a Baneblade, they will build a Baneblade. You know what happens to that Shadow Sword stuff? Tossed in the closet or tossed in the garbage. The Rogel Dorn, right here. These are the weapons. The vast majority of players will build it. For example, dual battle cannons, all of the heavy stubbers, the multi-melta side sponsons, and the assault cannon. Done. That means that piece goes to the garbage, that piece goes to the garbage, these pieces go to the garbage, that piece goes to the garbage, and I think it was this. Goes to the garbage. The vast majority of players build like that. So GW is getting free money for the fact that players are largely going, I'm just going to get rid of these pieces. From a corporate level, I don't see the problem with this. It's like, let's say with the intercessors. You have intercessors, Infernus, and Hellblasters. Hey, Howlers. Talking about, I recently picked up the Astra Militarum Platoon, and it was the debate between getting the Platoon versus getting a Baneblade before they pulled all of them from the shelves to repackage it to what people are speculating that the repackage is going to separate the Baneblade and I think it's the Shadow Sword. So then you have to buy 2 separate boxes for basically what a turret swap would be. So the rant was about the fact of most players will build, for example, the dual battle cannons, the full kit of the heavy stubbers, the assault cannon, and let's say the multi-melta sponsons. And that means this all gets thrown away. So from a corporate level, you like that. Why wouldn't you? Like, the handful of people like myself that will be magnetizing the ever-loving crap out of this is a rarity. Most players aren't going to do that. Which means, then when I want a Rogel Dorn that has whatever the hell this is, the Demolisher Cannon, the multi-melta front bits and so on, I'd have to buy a new kit because I chucked it all away. Or I glued all this on, or I'd have to not suffer through WYSIWYG, which I know they largely got rid of. But you're going to have players, especially with the fact that 40k is getting more and more competitive, you're going to have players who want to actually show up with the model that's in their list. And you're going to have tournament runners go, you have to accommodate WYSIWYG. It's going to be things. It's not a requirement, but tournament runners have the option that they could throw down that law. They can set their own rules. Hell, there could be house rules. But no. Part of why I was looking through this is to see if there was any potential bits that I'd be able to alternatively use in the conversion that I've been working on that has bugged me now for like basically a week and a half of doing this for Ogryns, as in Cadians in an exosuit. And I could, for Ogryn, I have no problem. Ogryn, this is easy. This is easy mode. There's no problem. That's basically an Ogryn. I throw a blade on this gun, change it more into a slightly more autocannon instead of the disintegrator, I think it is, and obviously throw the correct head in it. And this is basically an Ogryn. Alright. If I wanted to make a Bullgryn, I'd need a grenade launcher and something for a shield. Now, I don't want to have a physical shield. Where my thought was going with it before I screwed up the assembly is make it so that magnetize these shoulders on both sides, and this would be the Bullgryn shield. And I was trying to figure out a way to modify the plasma cannon into the grenade launcher. And the only thing that I've gotten feedback from in a week of having it posted in multiple places online is shave the plasma coils off and just make that all smooth. Or obviously putty it in, armor it in. And it's like, I kind of don't want to do that. A part of me goes, I'd be better off there's a thought. I just had a thought. Crap. If it works this easy, I'm gonna feel a bit like an idiot. I gotta get up here in a moment to take a break. Okay, so it doesn't work this easy. So where my thought had gone is a lot of the times you see the Saturnine built with the Power Fist and either the Disintegrator or the Plasma Cannon. And it's like, sometimes you'll see them assembled where they'll have two weapons. And it's like, wait, does the kit come with... No, it doesn't come with two weapons. If it did, I could then just modify the other thing that looks like the autocannon into some kind of grenade launcher instead. And again, my intention with this is to magnetize. Saturnine are from 30k, Horus Heresy. It's from the, or most commonly, from the Horus Heresy starter kit. And I had actually picked up a Saturnine with the intent of making one of the Saturnine Dread Knights for my Grey Knights. No, that's fine. You're not far off the mark with it. Going back to your resin printer thing, though, I primarily game at a GW shop. So, resin proxies aren't something that works in my case. It's hard enough to disguise resin parts to not have certain members of the staff not lose their crap anyway. And I've been looking around locally for a decent, friendly local game store to game in, so I wouldn't have that stress anymore. But no, part of all this is trying to figure out what to do about the conversion. And like, I have a bunch of Deathwatch I need to paint. And I'm just not in the vibe to do the painting at this precise moment. My brain has been frazzled for the last 24 hours. And a part of me is debating on building the Rogel Dorn kind of like as a palette cleanser. But I don't have anywhere that I can easily stow a tank right now after I build it, because I've got too much clutter sitting around. So it's like, because I've been working on cleaning out a space where I could unload a carry box that I have and stow all of my Deathwatch in a different location and then free up the box for Cadians. The specific battle ready thing when it comes to playing in a GW store is battle ready is generally always been agreed painted to an adequate standard, as in it looks like you've actually tried to paint your army. So you might be missing highlights, you might be missing details. Generally speaking, it's argued minimum 3 colors. So like on Ultramarines, you'd have the trim around the shoulder pad, you'd have the obvious blue, and you might have red on the weapons, and obviously the eyes painted, that kind of thing. You might not have belt pouches, or gold details, or purity seals, or things like that done. Generally something like that. It basically shows that you've tried to put effort into painting, and not just, oh look, here's my raw plastic army. If you're just playing, you know, two buddies kind of thing, yeah, gold detail in the seal alone ends up being 3 colors. You're not wrong. The 3D printed part comes in with a bit of a GW, we're being more of a hard ass than we've ever been before, and I don't know how long ago it started. I stopped playing right around mid 5th edition. I came back to it about mid 10th edition. So I don't know exactly on how long it's been going, but it used to be a thing that at least 75% of the model had to be official GW models, parts, and so on. And the other 25% can either be scratch built, you know, a competitor bits option and stuff like that. Generally, you were okay at that point. Somewhere along the way, GW went, no, all of it has to be GW. The exception when it comes to 3D printing is if you sculpt, for example, using Blender, if you sculpt the model from scratch, it's your own work, and you print it, and those parts or model is not available commercially online for anybody else to obtain it. So you have it kept in your own personal vault. Technically speaking, the local GW store, including Warhammer World, would have to go, nope, alright, you're allowed to use that. It's per our rules. The problem is, when you deal with a company that it's like, okay, these are our rules, is they could go, alright, you're allowed to use it, just not here, get out. Like, that's the plain truth to it. As for battle ready, it's like, this is the minimum battle ready that I do. I am not a high-end painter. I will never claim to be a high-end painter. But this is the minimum that I will put to the table. So if I ever, for example, if you and I, Howlers, were at a store and it's like, well, I don't have a painted army. What I mean is it's either unpainted, as in, barely primed, something like that, or raw plastic, and I won't play with it. This is what I would define as painted. Is it battle ready? Yes. Is it fully painted? No. There are still plenty of details that I could still pull out and update. Here's another example. Custom Watchmaster. Come on, focus. I said focus. No, camera's wanting to be an ass again. There we go. It's like, these are battle ready to me. These are acceptable. And a lot of people, no shame on them, a lot of people would argue that those are done. And that's fine. I have to take a break here, so I'm going to step away. I might need to refill my beverage. A little bit low here. So, might be a little bit longer, but generally 5-10 minute break. So feel free to get up, stretch your legs, grab a snack or something yourself. Hell, make sure that you refill your beverage and change your paint water if you happen to be painting or something and just using me as, background noise or something, just so that you don't inadvertently drink the forbidden Kool-Aid. I'll be back here in a few moments. Hopefully not too long. still AFK. Had to clean up some crap before I could make something to drink. Hey, Dragon Lover, welcome. If you happen to fall asleep, no biggie. It wouldn't be the first time I've had people fall asleep in my stream. All right. I still got to take the screen down, or the be right back info. Oh, excuse me. Howlers, I was in the hobby from about the start of 3rd to midway through 5th edition. I've been back in the hobby now, let's say for half of an edition. I have not once. I am presently amongst a very few number of people. I have not once reached for the forbidden Kool-Aid. There's something I saw here. Master Vox. So, how is that different? I'm guessing the one in this is just a Vox caster. It's not labeled. Is there a different head for that one? Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna hate both of them. I have to figure out something when it comes to some of these open heads. It's like some of them are fine. Some of them are just god-awful. Some of them I think I'd actually prefer Catechins over. Oh, I never noticed. Does the Rogel Dorn have a dozer blade? I'm guessing no. Oh, but I just noticed. It does have plenty of things that's like, this could have been molded on detail. Actually, no, in that case, maybe it couldn't. Because that would cover the wheels some. Maybe, okay, maybe that's a valid argument. Maybe. Oh, right, the Rogel Dorn is the one with the hole in the bottom of it. I forgot that. I'm gonna need to find plastic card for that. I entirely forgot that the Rogaldorn had a hole in its bottom. Has GW ever made a remark, a post, any, you know, statement as to why the tank has a hole? It's like none of the other tanks do. I don't see... I'm likely going to end up doing it. But I don't think I want to smooth off the plasma coils. So like I said, I don't want to. I'm going to likely end up doing it though. Because I can't come up with a better option. Because it's like, even if I were to figure out a way to change this into the Ripper gun, and use like the plasma coil as like a power coil for it, I can't think of anything with the other gun I'd be able to do to make it into a grenade launcher. Except maybe if I were to lose this bottom barrel and put an ammo drum thing directly under there, but I think that would look a little too forced, literally. Because I think the drum would have to come up over the top portion here, and then we're covering in portions of like cabling and stuff there. Oh, I had forgot that I had actually had stuff had that stuffed in. Almost 10:30, so you must be in the UK, or somewhere in that general area. You have a good night there as well, Rotten. Thank you for stopping by, and thanks for the chat. It is very much appreciated. There's a thought. Are you going to focus? There we go. Is there anything... on the old, or the Brutalis Dreadnought that I could potentially make use of here? Oh, that's actually irritating. So the Brutalis Dreadnought, or Brutalis Dreadnought, if I'm not mistaken, is supposed to have the option on its Power Fist of a Storm Bolter or a Heavy Flamer. I don't see a Heavy Flamer. Okay, so nothing there that could potentially work for either the shield or the grenades. Now, I've got a bunch of flamer bits here, but I need those because I was intending on a conversion for more aggressors. And that looks to be about the only thing left here would be that and shoulder pads. And I cannot imagine the shoulder pads actually doing anything. So that'd be a no. Dang it. Yeah, I got nothing in any of the other sprues there. Those are some Necron bets. That's an Emperor's Champion. That's the Relic Captain. That's the Cadian bits. I don't want to do that. I guess in a pinch, I could use a Space Marine Storm Shield. What's the music? Oh, okay. And it's like there'd be nothing on the Cadian sprue, because they'd have grenade launchers and stuff, but nothing... Excuse me, nothing of this scale. How much of a pain in the ass is that going to be? Crap. It would probably just be better off for me to put putty in there and smooth it. I probably have to cut those gauges off as well. The caps on the end I could probably still keep, but that's not going to do me much good. Let me get... Oh, I gotta get up for that. Okay. How absolutely... Oh, let's try it. Oh. I don't know if you guys can see that at all. Not sure how I'm feeling about it. Hey, 30K design team, can we make it so that this is separate, so that you actually have to take the coil and insert it between these prongs? This would make my job a lot easier right now. I'm not even done one portion of that, and it's like, I'm not... I mean, basically the damn gun has already been ruined. It's like, unless I could figure out a better way to smooth those cables. Or coils, I suppose, would be the better... Oh. I mean, in theory, some of the, Tamiya white stuff, I think. But then I'd still have to make sure that that's a smooth coating. I honestly wonder if there's some other piece that I can use. Ah, crap. Oh. Because the Ripper gun is not going to be as problematic. The hard part is going to be magnetizing it. Like I said, assuming that I'm going to, though. Where did I put the other shoulder pad for that? Because I don't think it was in the bag. I honestly wonder as well if I should remove this coil. It'd be a lot harder to do now that I've assembled it. But before I assembled it, it probably wouldn't have been too difficult to do. I definitely would still need something to go in there. And I've seen some people smooth the eagle off of the chest. Not for this conversion. I haven't seen anybody do this. And I've been looking for Ogren conversions. It's like the shoulder pad should work fine for Cadians. It's like I could potentially fabricate a big tower shield, similar to the way the Bolgrins have it in the first place. It doesn't fix the idea of what to do about the grenade launcher, though. Nor what to do about the shield for the grenade launcher. Oh, wait a second. Okay, so that wouldn't be quite a big enough space. Oh, wait a moment. I might be onto something. Crap. No, other way around. Okay, so they will be interfering if I put them down bottom. I would still be back to centering that. Wish I had some blue tack. Give me that arm. Dang it. Back when you got into the hobby, we had picked up a bunch of blue tack and stuff. Do you have any idea where any of that is right now? No, that side up. See if I pull that all the way back. I'm still seeing some of the coils here, which means I'd have to do something about it. But if I can line this up this way, Dang it. Probably have to shave these top pieces off a little bit. Now this is upside down. But how about that for a grenade launcher with a built-in force shield? Oh, nice, Kinka. Welcome back from work, I'm assuming? Well, you don't play the game there, Kinka. You have some sci-fi input. This is currently upside down, by the way. I'm afraid to move my fingers and... What are your thoughts on a futuristic grenade launcher? Infantry. You know what? I'm gonna move my fingers. Futuristic grenade launcher for infantry that has a built-in like force shield. And it's like that's what it'd be equipped on. It's like, I'm afraid that the gun is too bulky. The what?
The Tamea Cuddy or the Milliput.
Neither of which is a temporary.
Exactly.
Like, if I line this up... Should be right around there. And line up the back tip. Will this slide? No, I will need to glue that in place around it. So what would I use for supports on that then? Oh, no, don't you bugger off on me. Because it needs somewhere for it to glue down to. I mean, let's assume I keep that right there. I need something... Wait a second. I got it upside down. Damn it. Now, if I angle that down, then I lose the... Okay, so I can't angle it down. Son of a... I think I can pull that. Actually, I can do it from my phone. Oh, neat. In fairness, I'm guessing that's all business, though. Okay, how the heck am I doing this? Because this isn't a one-off. I'd have to do this with like another 14 of them. In fairness, I'm surprised that she was doing it herself, you know? That's cool. Tony Braxton. Again, Tony Braxton being another one. It's like, I'm surprised she was doing it herself. I'm wondering, because I don't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure you were still working with phones, right? So I'm wondering if it's something about the terms and service, that you can't just have somebody else do it for you because it's not in their name. But I'm guessing at that point, though, you could just figuratively apply them to the account, right? I mean, Tony Braxton was a bit of a household name. I think the impressive portion of that would be more of, did you speak to... Ow. Did you speak to her back when she was... Okay, so yeah, you were working with internet and whatnot. Now, I have this leftover bit from it was basically set up so that people wouldn't necessarily know who it was without doing some digging kind of thing. Or without her being, outing herself kind of thing. So this would be a lot easier if I have some kind of a round plug that would fill that hole, even if it's temporarily. Like, say for example that cap worked, which it doesn't. The internal might. Yeah. I think you'd appreciate this a little bit. And in some cases, people might deem it as a bit of a hack. You got all these people. You got all these people currently calling all the damn time. And it's like, here's a potential scam call. And it's like, please provide your, in your guys' case, social security number and date of birth to confirm who you are. Which, don't get me wrong. If it's a non-scam call, that's fairly standard. So riddle me this here, Kinka. Let's pretend, for example, because I don't think that you guys... take financial institution. No, I agree with you on that. But financial institutions sometimes will try and throw that crap to prove who you are and stuff. I don't do it with my bank. I don't do it with any financial institution. But here's the humor. I had a bill collector try and come after me for a debt that is long past cleared. It was cleared with a lawyer. The lawyer had attached to the account that the only contact with me, period, was to be made via physical mail, and a copy was to be sent to the lawyer. Now, the lawyer is all past retired from being a lawyer, but I still occasionally get these calls from the latest one who bought the account and trying to get this money. Now, like I said, the entire thing is cleared. It's already been settled. But if I can get anybody on the phone when they make these calls and I actually pick up, if I can get any of them to actually acknowledge what it's about, which most of them won't because it's a financial matter, they need to confirm who they're talking to and so on, that's fine. But if they call and, you know, they're asking for this information, let's even skip the social security number, for example. Let's go with confirm your name and your date of birth. That's fairly standard. Isn't that the same shit that any scam would require? And it would be a pretty solid scam to call people and go, hey, can you please confirm this information? And then make use of it, you know? So when these people call, if I answer it, I make it clear, it's like, I do not have any debt with you, nor anybody else. Any debt with a company that you have purchased it from has already been cleared with my lawyer over a decade ago. And you are to contact via mail only. I assume you have my mailing address, seeing you have my phone number, which was not on any account back then. And please contact me via mail only. And it's like, well, blah, 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 something about, you know, if it was cleared, can you please provide the information? It's like, I'm thinking to myself, it's like, could I provide the information that all of this was already cleared? Sure. Except the statute of limitations on such a thing has already expired, and therefore I wouldn't have to prove shit. It's like, no financial institution is even expected to keep records for 10 years, last I checked. And even on top of that, it's longer than 10 years. But these people keep harassing me because of the fact that there's fuck all I can do about it. Now, how the hell do I glue this together so that I could glue this inside of it without it just being gobs of glue? Yeah, but here's the thing. In Canada, it's a lot harder to get a lawyer for shit like that. Maybe that would work. And that's the shitty part. It's like, in Canada, it's a lot harder to get a lawyer for just about anything. And the thing is, even if I had a debt that they're claiming about, it's like the statute has ran out, even on their end, and related to it, the only way they can continue to attempt collection on it requires me to acknowledge that the debt exists. But that acknowledgement also has to occur once every 2 years, I think. Otherwise, it goes dormant and doesn't exist. Hashtag I'm not a lawyer. Damn it. I don't just want to gob glue it. Exactly. I know what you were getting at. So if I were to put that there and there, I think there... Damn it, I put the super glue back. I think the thing about law regarding having to use my address only works in the States kind of thing. Like, I'm in Canada and whatnot. And the whole thing about having to use my address, that was from the lawyer. But here's what I'm betting happened. It doesn't defend them. You don't defend stupid. What I'm betting happened is insert bill collector A got told to pound sand by my lawyer. They sold the account to someone else and didn't include the full data packet, which means that they think they are completely in the right in how they're going about it. And in order for me to try and fight against it, one of the first things I have to do is confirm that the debt existed. Which then means that the statute on the debt would be refreshed, and it would be on me to prove that the lawyer said what they said. Which would require me to dig out documents of over 10 years old, which nobody is expected to keep. That's what I'm betting is going on. They're trying to pin me in a no-win situation. Oh. I might... Expletive. I'm trying to get better with my words. Why can't you see Reddit on your phone anymore? You refuse to sign in. Is there a reason why you're refusing to sign in? Like, that sounds like a fairly standard... Son of a... That sounds like a fairly standard thing you gotta do. Okay, so it's more of a... It's more of you don't want to be caught down the rabbit hole again of devoting your life to upvoting and so on. Correct? This is super glue. This is Gorilla Glue. But on occasion, it will not hold, like it would be more water than it is glue. Like, I know it's not actually. Impact. Just the standard Gorilla Glue. It's not Gorilla Gel, because that stuff's like insanely expensive. But this stuff I can get at a decent price at Michael's, while if I try to get it anywhere else, see the back? I'm assuming that's enough. It does say press the two surfaces for like 10 to 45 seconds. What were you looking for? Now, I will just let this sit for the moment. Not on the table, you... Cyanoacrylate. Isn't this the correct spot? Open up. What you're looking for is this. No, maybe not. Yeah, contains ethyl cyanoacrylate. Now I have an annoying bubble. Slip in here and up there. Oh, no. There and... I put it on the wrong side, didn't I? Oh, no. I put it on the correct side. Hey, Marshall. How's it going? You are getting here close to when I normally wrap up. Just a heads up. But welcome to the stream. Oh, come on now. Don't you frickin'... There we go. Nice. I am doing all right. Frankly, I've had a bit of a shit day. And I've been trying to... Oh, you have loosened the other side, you son of a... I've been trying to not let it get to me. I am currently trying to have this conversion not completely crap itself and catastrophically fall apart. While I'm not trying to super glue my fingers. Hopefully I will be able to show you here in a second. So, while I hold that fidgetily, I've been working on the intention of modifying a Saturnine Dreadnought, or Saturnine Terminator, to use as... Oh, come on, focus already. Ah, screw ya. To use as a stand-in for Ogrins and Bullgrins in 40k. Basically, Cadians in the suit. Yeah, cyanoacrylate reacts to moisture bond. That's also why it is that I, when I'm blowing on it, I'm actually blowing warm air and not your standard blow on it like you're trying to cool down soup. Because warm air would have more moisture in it. Then I generally drop a little bit more after the fact and let it bond normally, you are going to be a right proper British cunt about this, aren't you? So, the piece is... I won't be live here tomorrow there, Marshall. I will be live next, most likely on Wednesday. Whatever your time zone currently is, drop that back 6 hours, I think. Sounds about right. It's currently 7:30 my time. Noted. Very much to see that. It's currently 7:30 my time. I usually try to go live by about 2 o'clock. So, that helps you with a little bit with the time zone-y crap. But like I said, it's back about 5.5, 6 hours right now from whatever your current time zone is. Gotcha. So you are Central US, I'm thinking. Noted. Well, I look forward to seeing you again soon if you're going to take off. If not, I'm still here for like another half hour or so. But what I've been fumbling with here is an attempt on a grenade launcher with, well, the other side kind of looks like this. With the Saturnine parts, because it's what I have on hand, to make the grenade launcher for the Bullgren. And the shielding that I have around the grenade launcher is intended to double for the Bullgren shield, the energy shield, basically. Just trying to splatter some of the super glue down into the spot there. I can clean it up after. I think once that sets, then that should hold. And then I can get around to magnetizing the arm. Have a little bit to smooth off. I'd need to figure out which spot would be best to magnetize. And I'd also have to magnetize this one, which I'd need to convert over into slightly more autocannon-y looking, which shouldn't be too difficult. I'm thinking the easy option is to... Come on, focus. I see you trying. There we go. Snip the tip nubbies off and drill the barrels. Make it more of an autocannon, which is more or less what a Ripper gun is in the first place. And then throw, like I've said a few times, throw a blade underneath it, like you would for like a Chaos autocannon. Oh, you are going to fight me. Oh, son of a... Why do you have to be such an annoying little... Okay, so if I put that back there... Seems this is my life now. I do not want a two-part epoxy this crap. I would be more inclined to use UV resin and zap it. Because the thing is once I actually, like, this is a prototype. Once I actually know where to apply the glue, how to apply the glue, and so on, this is going to be a lot easier. And it's just falling apart. It's par for course for my day. See, the problem with two-part epoxy is if you get super glue on your fingers, you can generally get that apart. Two-part epoxy, you're basically doing the same thing to your hands and whatnot as what would happen if you got hot glue on it. You are losing 2 to 3 to 4 layers of skin. Easy to get that separated. Oh, I am so damn irritated at that. And it's like the big thing I know that this would work well with is there's that portion on the bottom that's semicircular. And I commented about this. If I had, for example, something like this, that's the same size that is, I could use that as a guide to help make sure that crap is actually lining up. Because the problem that I was having is trying to get it to line up while making sure that 3 different points was not only connecting, to each other, but connecting to the gun as well.
So, you know the diarrhea lettuce shenanigans going on?
Yes, in the States.
A couple decided to go to the U.S. for their honeymoon. She ended up in the hospital because of it.
Hope they bought traveler's insurance.
Also, evidently, the tiny bottles of booze are becoming even more popular now.
On what grounds?
Because big bottles are expensive, but they still want to, support their favorite alcohol.
I mean, big bottles are expensive, but you're paying more by buying, a dozen Mickeys. So I'm not working on that one anymore tonight.
Oh. Excuse me?
What?
Brought peppermint to the face the moment I opened it. That's a little bit tamer than it was the last time I opened it.
What is that?
Peppermint. It's the open peppermint.
No, that's about what I'd expect. Of course, that said, the older essential oils are, the more they will kind of dumb at. What are you?
Occasionally the actual foam will come up from where it is. Go.
Spearmint, I'm guessing? Yeah. Yeah. Like that's full on chewing gum.
Like, frankly, most of these I don't care if they're used. This one, on the other hand.
What is that?
Lang Lang.
Okay, yeah, that one's
like
expensive.
An $8 box.
Yeah. What about it?
I don't know, there's something about it like too musky.
It's almost licoricey. It's like licorice with a mix of like a peppermint.
2 lavenders. 2 peppermint. A cacophony of citrus.
You know, what you could do is in the bathroom, there's one of the dark spray bottles. You could fill that with about a half cup of water. Kind of mark, like use a needle or something, just scratch a line as to what that would be. And take one of the clear plastic measuring cups. And you can put like 2 teaspoons of water in that. Dry out the measuring cup. I can tell you what oils need to be in it. You could dump it into the bottle with ISO. The alternative is if you're on the focus of it, there's the other stuff you'd have to do before you leave anyway.
Which most of it's currently done.
So, I know it's not that long before I'd be normally wrapping up. Like 10 minutes. I'm not even going to go back and do my normal outro. And I have somewhere where I was going to send you on a raid tonight, and flatly, I can't be bothered. Basically, from the time I got live today, I have been in a poor headspace. And for reasons I'm not going to get into on stream, it's just been constantly churned to keep me in that negative headspace. Which is why I was just suddenly away. Without a be right back. So, the next time you guys should see me live, will be Wednesday. Hopefully, in a much better mental state. I hope that my negative mental state has not impacted the stream too much, and hopefully we can have all this crap dealt with sooner rather than later, so I can actually get back to doing my job more frequently with less of the bullshittery. And the timing of this song couldn't be more appropriate, you know?